Nobody will believe it until you actually live in the Philippines. But the way the system is in general for shipping, delivery, order notification, email notification, notification on your phone, tracking numbers, general aspects of shipping in general in the Philippines, to say it any less blunt than the fact that all of the above suck to a degree I can't put into words or they would remove my channel. I can't describe how many people in the Philippines and in the system of delivering orders. I got a phone call. The guy just went right by me. There's exact directions. There's exact directions how to get to my house. It can't be any other place but me. Where look, are you? Who are you? Are you Ninja? J&T. Okay, look, come over here, please. Okay, first of all, what is your name?
Japan.
What?
Japan.
Okay, I am Michael. Okay, you have about 10 more orders that are going to come to me.
Okay.
I live here. Now, I'm going to show you something. You will come over here with me, please. You will come over here.
Where I'm
You go over there. When you come, look, I could be inside there. I could be in there. I could be in the back over there. I could be in the house. But you have to come. We put your tricycle over here, and you beep, 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 like that. Kasabut?
Yeah.
Okay, because otherwise, I am Bangol. Bangol, Kasabut Bangol, yeah?
Okay.
Mayan buntag, you kasabut, yeah? Okay, so you have to make a noise, big noise, boom, 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 like that, or beep, 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 or but I O is no good. Kasabut,
Okay, okay, okay.
okay.
It's what, 752.
760,
752.
752.
Yes, sir.
And what is this?
I don't know what's that.
This is the mothballs. Okay, 1 minute. You got to make a lot of noise because I'm Bungol. Okay? All right. I'll be out in a minute. Now, one more thing now. If I am okay, look over here. I will show you. I will show you. If this gate is open, you will come inside. Okay, I will show you. I'm in the back. Hasabut back.
Yes.
Okay. Please come in. Please. If you see the gate open, you come in here. Maybe I will be inside.
Okay.
Okay? So here's 775. 20 pesos for you, okay? So I'm at, okay, so 750 and 75. Okay, thank you. Now, you come and you come there. If I'm inside there, the gate will be open.
So I will make a noise.
You yell, yo! I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you very much. You have a 13 more orders altogether. Okay, thank you very much. Why do you have to ask the question? Do you want something? Do you want something from me? Oh, I thought I heard you. Okay, proving my point. Proving my point. Actually proving my point. He would. Here's the Stanley House right here in front of me. Right here. This is the Stanley House. Everybody in the world knows this landmark is the Stanley House. And where did he go? He went down the wrong block. Hello, Dennis. He was going down to the beach. So he went all the way to the beach and then turned around. He doesn't know the major landmark that is next door to my house. And then, if I wasn't paying attention to the phone, he called up on the telephone. And if I didn't have the ability to answer the phone because it was in my pocket or the compressor was on or I was in the machine and it was running, he would have left with my package. And then I wouldn't have my package. Hey, chicken. Oh, every day, right around the same time. Yeah, so and or they'll stand outside the fence and they'll go, I-O. Because Filipinos have good hearing because they didn't work around machines and heavy equipment and compressors and ice hammers and operate cranes and have 800 horsepower engine mufflers right next to their ears. They have like perfect hearing, but I don't hear nothing. And they'll go, I-O, and you'll be going, wait a second. If I'm sitting here, like right here where I am, and they're 12 feet away, I can hear them. If I'm 30 feet away, I won't hear them. But they won't beep the horn, they won't yell, they won't knock on the house, they won't knock on the door, they won't come into the property, they won't even enter the gate next door to ask where I am. They'll just come and they'll go. And then that's a problem. And I have, with the rebar bender, I have 13 more orders, but from 4 different companies. And all 4 companies know that they have to make a lot of noise, but this is a new driver, so he don't know. He doesn't know where the Stanley House is. He doesn't know to make noise. He doesn't know even what street it's on. He was over there going, I-O, to a house that has closed windows, closed doors, a closed fence, and trees between the fence and the house. And he expects somebody to hear him through 8 inches of poured concrete walls. This delivery system that they have here sucks. I got a message last night at 5 o'clock that my order from this guy company, JT Express, whatever it was, is going to come. The order is being shipped out. It's in the hub in Bohol. Well, what does that mean? At 6 o'clock that the order is going out? And now you have to be home from 8 o'clock in the morning till 10 o'clock at night. So I was home last night. But today I had to be home between 8 and 10 o'clock at night. And when do they call you up? When they're in front of your house. Do they call you up like an hour early and leave a message, a text message? No. They call you up when they're in front of the house. If you don't answer the phone, they leave. They go, I-O. This delivery system they have here in the Philippines sucks. Now, moving on. If you go to track your package, if I track that package right now, which I tracked this morning, not right now, but this morning, that package is in the process of being shipped from the delivery hub in Bohol. And I got that message at 7:18 this morning. It's 3 o'clock. They know that the package is not going to be there at like, they know. The truck only carries just so many packages, but any general manager of a shipping company will know what time the package should be here. Package should arrive afternoon. No, none of that crap. Just your package is being shipped. Now, does it mean it's going to come today? No, it doesn't mean that at all. It just means that if they can get to your package today, they'll get it. But if not today, tomorrow. So you wait home all day today till 10 o'clock at night, and then you wait home all day tomorrow. They don't give a flying crap about your time here in the Philippines. And that is for a lousy 750 peso order. For my rebar bender, I have 30 phone calls, emails, conversations, chat, and customer care phone calls direct to a real person. 30 since Saturday morning. Only to find out that they were going to cancel my order yesterday. So we were up to about 25 up until that point. And I said, no, you can't cancel the order. So the shipper has a problem. I said, the shipper's trying to defraud Lazada for their advertising. They're advertising on Lazada to ship the product. They get all my information in the chat window, and then they call me up and tell me they want to ship it to me direct. And they want me to give a third party 200,000 pesos. Have a third party go to the bank in Manila and give them 200,000 pesos, and they'll assure me that I'm going to get my machine. And the operator said, well, no, sir, that's not a good thing. Don't give them money. I said, well, you're the one that's dealing with the company. You send them an email and tell them that they got to ship my order out. Otherwise, I'll do whatever I can legally to make them suffer. And you too, legally, with Lazada. You have to send an email to the shipper who is complaining that Lazada can't pick up the package from them because Lazada doesn't have a machine to pick up the package. I said to the operator, is that true? She said, no, sir. We have boom trucks that can pick up 1,000 kilos, no problem. I said, well, this is 300 kilos. He's saying that your truck can't pick it up. No, sir, that's not true. I said, well, then he's saying that the weight is wrong and that you won't accept it unless the weight is correct. No, sir, that's not true. We can weigh it. I think they charge she goes, we can weigh it for a small fee. So they have to bring it back to their company, put it on the scale, and then put it back on the truck. So I said, well, that's what he's saying. Read the chat. And so you open up the chat, and you'll see that he's telling me, first, he can't ship it because he doesn't have a machine to put it on the truck. Bullshit. He ships machines out all day long to different parts of the Philippines. Number one, that's bullshit. Number two, he's saying that you don't have a truck that can pick up the machine. Number three, he's saying that you'll cancel the order if he can't get the proper weight. And he can't get the proper weight because he is supposed to be able to weigh the machine before he ships it. That's what he does. He's a shipping company. He should have a scale. Is that right? She said, yes, sir. I said, well, you call up and you make sure that order doesn't get canceled, or I'll spend the next month making videos about Lazada. So we will handle it from our end. I said, okay, you do that. Now it's the second phone call. Then I called up this morning when it said that the order was in jeopardy of being canceled by tomorrow, 5 p.m., and I called up this morning, and the automated message said put in your tracking number. I put the tracking number in, and this morning at 10 o'clock, I got a message saying that your order is being shipped. There's no more that it's going to get canceled. But if you go on Lazada website and you track your order, that was on the telephone tracking. If you go on the website, it says your order will be canceled at 5 o'clock tomorrow. So their system itself sucks. One system doesn't talk to the other system. So if you went to just the tracking on Lazada, you would think that your order is going to get canceled at 5 o'clock tomorrow, which is why I called up on the phone. But on the phone, they assured me that the order is going to be here by the 24th of October. It just sucks. Flywoods. Yeah, Flywoods is right. If you're not there when the order comes, they'll return it to the shipper. So that means from this morning when I got the message saying it could be delivered today, but latest at the 24th, it means that if you're not there, I got one better. Thanks for stopping by, Flywoods. I got one better. If I'm not here when they put the order in front of my house, they can return it to the sender. If I'm not here 3 times, they return it to the sender and you lose the cost of shipping. And you pay more for shipping to ship it back to wherever it came from. But there's a new one that they got now. Now, as a backup, I was going to order a different rebar bender for 110,000 pesos, just bending, no cutting. And here is this bologna and cheese they got going on this new ordering process. The rebar bender is 110,000, but shipping is 10,000 more. What's up? Gautam? Hello. Hello. So the shipping is another 10 on top of that, the shipping. Okay, so if the shipping is 10,000 and the order's 110,000, that's 120,000 pesos. You have to pay for the whole order up front. If you are not there to accept the order, it says after 3 attempts, you lose the order. Now, I don't know what that means. I don't know if that means you lose 120,000 pesos because you're no longer paying Lazada. You're paying 10,000 to the shipper. I don't know how you would order it through Lazada and pay the shipper. That's separate. So you automatically lose 10,000 pesos, $200. And you don't get your order. You have to reorder it and pay another 10,000 pesos. But does that mean you lose your order? The money for the order from Lazada, also the 110,000 pesos? It's not clear. You couldn't get a lawyer to figure it out. So they are now saying if you don't receive it in 3 attempts, you lose your order, period. You lose the order. It doesn't say you lose the money for the shipping. It says you lose your order. How messed up is that? And that you can't even figure it out. So, of course, you can't order it from that company or even through Lazada to that company. So they are getting this, and all over the internet, they're talking about online scams from even major companies. That's an online scam. All right, so here's what I'm doing today anyway. I got to stay in front of this house somehow for the next, till I get my rebar bender. The other stuff I don't care about. So I painted these doors, primed them. So here's what I'm doing today. I have some caulking from about a year ago in what's left in this tube here. It's like a putty now. It's like a putty. So it is putty right now. And I happen to just have a putty knife. And I'm going to fill in, this is the rubber gasket on these doors. Rain is actually literally coming in from here and then going in onto this bed sheet and onto this floor. So I'm going to fill in all the cracks around the perimeter of the door. with either that putty compound, and I also have some thinner stuff in tubes. I have three tubes of this, three new tubes of latex silicone plus stuff. I think it's silicone, whatever. And I have to go around all over the outside of the, here, like for instance, over here, the seam here, water is coming in through here, water is coming in through here, and it's coming in on the top seal that goes across the top of the door. So we're in the process of filling up what I can from this height and plus a 4-foot ladder. And then I'm going to go get a longer ladder and put it up to the top. So this gives me one thing to do is caulking. Another thing to do is to paint the outside of the doors. I'm going to paint it a nice light color yellow. This has like a prime coat on it, and I'm going to caulk both doors and paint both doors. And then from there, I'm going to go to the other cargo container and do the same thing that I have the doors primed already and put caulking on it. So unless there's no further questions, I'm going to just put the camera on what I'm doing as far as caulking is concerned. I'm done with my rant to Lazada. But you saw at the beginning of this video, if you didn't see it, go to the beginning. The main landmark is the Stanley House Hotel. It's on every map in the Philippines. It's right behind me. And the idiot that was bringing the package was going down that road to the beach. And when he got to where you couldn't go any further with traffic, he turned around, came back, and then parked his vehicle over there by the fence. Because they're stupid. That's why, because. Do the termites eat the putty? Well, we're going to find that out. Hey, Flying Circus, that was a great video you posted this morning. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I did send you an email on that. I figured out how to send you an email. If you respond, I'll send you 5 pictures of the vertical lips, the original vertical lips, if you'd like them. And then you could use those original ones. I did, or any of the other pictures that I have that you've seen. I have a lot of pictures, so you're welcome to that. But I haven't received a return mail, so not that I care that much. I mean, if you'd like it, you're welcome to it. But if you also, once before I gave you permission to use my videos or any likeness of myself, hop on. You're still welcome to use anything that I have. Mine, hop on. You're still welcome to use. I'll put it in writing that you can use in any way, shape, or form, even if you want to make fun of me or make fun of something that I did. You're welcome to do that. I have no problem with that. So, okay. Yeah, you checked that account. I figured that would be some oddball thing, but you know that it's safe with me. All right, so now I'm going to go back to work. And again, I'll send you a legal written permission to use any and all of my videos in any way, shape, or form that you choose. And I will leave it up to you to have fun, because that's what you do best. So thanks for watching. And now I'm going to go fill in the putty. We'll find out if the termites... We'll find out if the termites... That was a good question, really. Do termites eat caulking compound? They may thrive on that shit for all I know. Damn. Okay, so let's get some caulking compound out of here. Between this caulking compound and after I put another layer of that isolastic paint, then I will be able to take a good gander at what is leaking and where. this caulking compound could be 2 years old, actually. But I sealed up the can really well. I'm going to have to grab some of it from outside. Oh, also the fella that owns the 2-in-1 rebar bender. Oh, he sent me some really crazy mail saying that his company, he sells machinery. But what he was doing was he was using Lazada to advertise on Lazada's. He would tell Lazada he had a machine. We have 2-in-1 rebar bender. And in order to buy the machine, you have to give your details, who you are, your name, your phone number, and your email address on the Lazada website. He was taking those details off the Lazada website and then sending me a private email saying, we will ship the unit to you separate. And I said, no, I want to go through Lazada. Because why you wish to go through Lazada? I said, because they have 100% return policy with your money. I don't know who you are. And you know what his response was? His response was his exact address and a request for me to have a third party in Manila go to the bank and take out 193 plus 21, 203, 213, 215,000 pesos, not 193 anymore. Now from his company, it's 215. 215,000 pesos, have a representative go to his business, give them 215,000 pesos in cash, which is 4,150 pesos. I mean, $4,150. Give it to them in cash, and I shouldn't have to worry because my representative will know where he lives or where his office is. And I said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy and paste this email and send it to Lazada's website because this sounds like a scam. And then his email, his chat window, his telephone, then there was no communication after that. None. He didn't return my email, he didn't return my chat, and he didn't return my my phone calls or answer my phone calls. So he didn't want no part of me sending that stuff to Lazada. Okay, so this is the caulking gun I have for probably 20 years, even though I bought a new one last week in the city, but I found one in my shop yesterday. Okay, this is a good caulking gun for a couple of reasons. Number one, you don't put the tube in a canister and drop the tube in there. This way, if there's any spillage from the caulking, it only has this small area to stick to. And this one, it has a hole puncher right here for the tip of the caulking gun. This is a professional caulking gun. It's probably 20, 25 years old. And that's why it's a professional caulking gun. Now you take this caulking, and you put it on the plunger in the back last. You put the stem, the stem that pushes the material out through the front. Okay? And then you push this plunger up. It's on a spring-loaded mechanism. But before you do that, you have to take this out, cut the tip on the size of the tip that you want it to be open, and I want a small tip. So I only want 1/8 of an inch. So you got to cut that off, trim it that on a 45, and then back trim the tip so that it's a little flat. Then take the hole plunger, because in here is a plastic diaphragm that stops the air. That's a secondary, like a secondary barrier from air. And then when you punch a bunch of holes in it, and when you have the material on there, you know that it's done enough. You put the plunger, the hole puncher there, put the tube in there, follow the direction to where you're going to use it, and then you start squeezing this trigger and it's automatic. So I'm going to put my glasses on for this, and we're going to go. And why I'm doing this, because it's leaking like a sieve, this door, from many different places. Now you gotta untake the pressure off the spring, otherwise it just keeps coming out, the caulking, like almost as if you loaded pressure into behind the plunger. You don't want to do that. Okay. So, okay, what I'm going to do now is for me to bend over on a 45-degree angle for the next 20 minutes is ridiculous. I'm going to go get a box. Bucket. Okay. And I'm going to caulk the bottom of the seal of the door from the inside, and then I'm going to go on the outside and caulk the bottom of the seal of the door from the outside. And I'm going to do this, the bottom here, the bottom over there, and then I'll work my way up, left side, right side, up to the ceiling. Now I've already needle scaled this all out. I've already taken all the heavy rust off with a chipping hammer and a needle scaling gun. So theoretically, I'm just trying to make a water barrier. So even if it comes in from the outside, it gets stopped and it just fills up like a small puddle on the outside. I don't want to put too much in here. I don't want to bend the rubber back. I just want to make a seal. Hello.
Hello.
Mein Happen. Well, you know what I'll do? I'm going to take the seal from this side now. Now I don't want to fill up the whole space behind the rubber gasket. I want it to be a little bit compressible. When I close the doors, it will compress to the size that will allow the seal to bend and conform to the bent frame of the box, because this box has been pretty much dented up pretty good over the years. So I just want to make a water seal. Basically, I'm just making a seal like something similar to that you'd see around the edge of the glass on a fish tank, where they just seal the glass from one part of the panel to the other. I'll show it to you now. Just a very thin bead. Nothing heavy. I don't want to pack it too tight. And the bead is just on the outside of the crack. I'm not filling up the crack. I want that rubber to have some airspace behind it to compress when I close the door. And I should have that for a couple of hours. I should have a couple of hours of and then when I close the door, for however long the door is closed between today and tomorrow, however long, that will start to harden up the material. It should harden up sometime before tomorrow morning, a little bit. Depends on how much air is in there. And it's starting to rain. I opened up the caulking gun and it started to rain. That's amazing. It won't interfere with anything I'm doing. It just means I have to work out in the rain again. And this is normal that it rains this time of the day in the Philippines. Every day around 3 o'clock, for as long as I could remember, in rainy season we get rain. So it's nothing new. Uh-oh. I see some rust that I missed, actually. That's not a good thing. I see 3 bumps that I should have knocked off with the chisel. Okay? Oh, that means I'll have to start over here and knock those bumps off and finish caulking it tomorrow. Well, let's just see. All right, let's see what we got here. Wow, I used an entire tube of caulking to do less than 1/2 of one door. Wow, that's a lot of caulking. Yeah, and look, I got only about 1.5 inches of caulking left out of a whole tube. And I only did 4 feet and 2 feet, 7 feet. I did 4 feet, 7 feet, I did 10 feet. It's not very much. Wow. And this stuff is expensive. It's $5 for an 11-ounce tube. So that's like 5 hours of work for a Filipino to buy 11 ounces of cork. It's very expensive if you're a Filipino to live in the Philippines. The prices are out of control. That's the cheapest one they have, $5. The more expensive one with the acrylic silicone, like this one, is about $8. A tube. One tube, $8. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, being that I found rust that I didn't knock off, I'll show you what I have. I have a cold chisel, cold, C-O-L-D. I'm going to take the cold chisel and chisel the rust out. Because if I don't do that, I will, if I do chisel the rust out, the door will close easier. If I don't chisel the rust out, it will be as hard as it was to close last night or yesterday or last week. So this is called the cold chisel. It's a 2 3/4 inch cold chisel. You can use this for cutting steel or cutting bolts in half. It's a high tensile strength steel. Mayan hapon. Have a nice day. Okay, I'll be able to do this first section with the camera on the angle it is without the ladder. Okay, the rubber just moved in 1/8 of an inch because when the rusted, it expanded the rubber out away from the seal. And what happened there, it makes it hard to close the door. So now, up on okay, that worked out well. So now I'll go up to the next place on the door that has rust. Now behind the rubber seal is a piece of aluminum about 3/16 of an inch. It's called a band, and that's what rivets the rubber in place. So I'm actually going to have to bend that aluminum band back in towards the edge of the door, because the rust expanded the band outwards. It was not a problem. The band bends not much harder than an aluminum can. Well, that was easy. But these were 4 places that I missed when I was doing this last time. Probably was late in the day, I was tired, or I just wasn't paying attention. One of those 3 things was definitely the problem. But now that problem has been fixed. Wapo ka? Main buntag. Yeah, you trabajo? All right. You bring me back some money. I want to buy dinner. Your trabajo, yeah? Okay. Okay. All right, now I want to get another tube of the product right here. I do have one more tube inside the container, but I have another tube here. So first things first, right? We cut the tip. And now I should be able to get almost right up to the top of the door jamb. Cut the tip. I don't want much more than an 1/8 inch hole. So I'm just going to cut a 1/8 inch hole or smaller, because to get it into the rubber, is, if it has a bigger than a 1/8 inch hole, it would be problematic. Wapo, you need anything? Any nails or screws?
No, thank you, Papo.
Are you sure?
Yeah, only cover to the
Wood?
yeah, okay. Already.
If you need something, let me know.
No, thank you, Papo.
Okay, no problem. Okay, I'm going to jump up into the container now. So I'll be standing inside the container to do the top half of the door. In the rain. It didn't start raining until I opened up my first tube of coffee. But I know it rains every day at 3 o'clock. So, not something I should be surprised about. But in the Philippines, during rainy season, 3 o'clock it rains. At 4 o'clock, the roosters come around. At 3 o'clock, it rains. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're not getting any caulking. We're getting water. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The caulking got hard inside the tube. Okay, we're gonna have to open up the opening of the tube much bigger. If it'll come out at all. Unless, when I went to punch a hole through it, I punched it 10 or 12 times. So it should have punched a hole through the diaphragm, but this tube, who knows how long this tube was sitting on the shelf when I bought it at the Build-A-Ware. Could have been there for years. Could have just got hard, and it could just be a bad tube of caulking. It's got water in it. It's dripping water. It's not dripping. Huh, that's interesting. Okay. That, you know what? This is not caulking. Ceramic tile caulk. Sandstone. This is not from Build-A-Ware. This is from America, from my warehouse. Okay. That's why it's dripping water out of it. Okay. So, it would be a useless product 2 years down the road. So, I'll try to make it work here. I'll fill in the big gaps with it and see what happens. Ceramic tile caulking. Still should be, it's a latex-based product, so it still should have some elasticity to it, but if it doesn't, I'll just throw it out. Yeah, we're getting ready to throw this out. Because half of the tube is already compressed and nothing is coming out. Oh yeah, it's garbage. Okay, so what I'll do, this is not from Build-A-Ware. This is from my warehouse in America. God knows how old it is. It's gotta be 3 years old. Gotta be more than that, actually. So let's see what it looks like inside. Maybe I could get it out with a putty knife. But we're already down to here. We're already down this far with the plunger. And nothing came out. So, I'll show you. The plunger is down that far. Right there, and nothing came out. It says it's a sandstone tile caulking adhesive. Let's find out what it looks like inside the caulking. Because it's garbage now, one way or another, it's garbage. Nothing but water's coming out of this tube. Okay, so nah, it's too hard. It's too hard to even pull out with my finger. It's already gone past the curing stage. So it's already into like a piece of rubber. It's almost like one giant piece of rubber. Okay, I'm going to go into my cargo container. I have one more tube, so I'm happy about that. I'll get rid of these 3 tubes, one so I don't throw the garbage on the floor. And I will be back in about, no, I don't know. I'll be back in, say, 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes maximum. I know where the other tube is. It's right on top of my shelf. right, we have a new problem. We have a new problem. We have a new problem. Not much of a problem, but it is a problem. And it's not that I bought the wrong stuff, but I bought the right stuff. This is a multi-purpose silicone sealant. So this was the one that was like $8 a tube. And this is a silicone-based product. And this is like 10 ounces, not 11 ounces, for $8. Wait, excuse me. 200 pesos, $4. Okay, this one was not the one, the $8 one. But I cannot use this today because this is a silicone-based product. I could use it if it was dry, no water between the seal and the metal, I could use this. But this cannot be used when the surface is wet. So what I'm going to have to do now is I'm going to abandon this project altogether. I'm going to go into the I have to abandon the project. I don't have a choice. Can't use silicone on top of a wet surface with water. I don't have any more caulking that I know about. Although there is one tube somewhere, but I don't remember what box it's in from America. So this project is now until tomorrow, if the weather is dry, first thing in the morning, I'll come outside and use the silicone when everything is dry. But for today, this job just ended. I know I had 3 tubes of stuff. The third tube is a silicone, not silicone-based latex. It's silicone, which is a product that you can't mix with water. It'll seal water, but you have to be dry. The surface has to be dry. So this project is now placed on hold. So I'll just close up this container. I do have shelves in this container now, 16 feet to the back of the container, right from floor to ceiling. I'll show that to you. I did that yesterday and the day before. Oh, what happened there? Okay. I have shelves from floor to ceiling, and from this edge here, an entire 15.5 feet back that way, from floor to ceiling. These boxes here gave me another 80 or 90 cubic feet of space, because I just combined wooden boxes, cardboard boxes and bags into these bins. One of these bins has my legal papers from buying the house, my legal papers for buying the boat. Although that got pretty much eaten up by termites. It sounds like a bad lie, but it's the truth. I have a video of that. But I have them inside one of these boxes. About 10,000 termites got into my legal documents. Kind of makes me wish I didn't bring them, because I would have had an extra 3 cubic feet to put in this container, but I did. Paradoxical Q. Project aborted. That's true. Okay, so anyway, not a problem. The problem is, the problem is threefold. One, I'm going to pay 50% more if I buy caulking at a local store. So if I'm going to need at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tubes. So 7 times 4 is $28 in caulking. Because the spaces that you see here, these are small spaces. On the top, the whole top is rusted out. So I have probably a whole entire tube of caulking for the top and another whole entire tube for the top up there. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tubes I'm going to need. I'll buy 7. So I have one in stock. So that's just not possible to finish right now. So the next thing is I'll take it in the back and I'll show you what I did yesterday. Besides got another 8-foot shelf up in a container, I made more brackets. More brackets. I made 12, 14 more shelf brackets. So we have 6 over here. 6 of those, 24 inches high, or 2 of them I made 28 inches high. In case I have some oddball thing that's 28 inches or so high. And then of this size shelf, the top frame that you see here, these are 48 inches high. So across the back of the cargo container, which is back there, I'm going to have 4, the first shelf is going to be 4 feet, because on the top, this is 2 feet wide, but it's 4 feet high. On the top of that 4-foot shelf, I'm going to put my roll top desk specifically on top of the 4-foot shelf, because the roll top desk has the drawers, the back panel, and the left side panel, and the roll top itself. And the roll top itself is 42 inches high. So this 4-foot shelf will give me 48 inches to the roof. So I can put my roll top desk on the side. It's 42 inches high, and it's going to go to the left side of the cargo container. And on the right side is going to be the drawers for the roll top desk and the side panel, however that works out. So that's specifically, I have 6 of these brackets inside the container. I need 3 for the back, and then I'm going to go 3 to the right side. And underneath the 4-foot, I have 2 4-foot ladders that fit right underneath there. And I have a commercial grade Milwaukee 2 horsepower vacuum, 110 volt vacuum. That original price was $580 in 1980. Stainless steel drum, stainless steel intake with the original hose, with the original coil on top, and the only thing that's not original is the filter. I had to build a filter for that, and it still lists for about $600 to $700. It's a Milwaukee 15-gallon stainless steel vacuum, and that fits. That's going to go under the 4-foot side, or on the left side of the container, underneath a 28-inch side. That's what I built those 28s for. If it fits under there, which I think it does, that only the handle will stick out. And then if it doesn't, I put it in the back because it won't be used that much. And by the time I get the first floor done, I'll have storage on the first floor of the hotel. So that's my next project. Is the shelving is back to right around the man's hands on that poster there. The shelving is back to there. I'm going to go back to the back, and then on the back of the container, I got a 4-foot shelf coming this way, and on top is going to be the roll top desk, and on the bottom is going to be long stuff. Like I have long-handled shovels that won't fit under there, but short-handled shovels will fit under there. And I have 2 spades shovels, 2 square shovels, 2 round shovels, and then 2 long handle round shovels, 2 long handle square shovels, 1 concrete rake, 1 concrete hoe, 1 concrete rake, 2 concrete combs, 1 P-rock aluminum rake, with a 32-inch wide rake on it. And that stuff will be hung on this side of the container behind Mushroom Man. And finally, Mushroom Man will come in handy for something other than running his mouth on YouTube. And then I'll have this side of the container, this cargo container, is going to be set up for exterior tools, come-alongs, electric hoists, tugger hoists, chain hoists, chains, ropes, and extension cords from about here to the front. I have all of this space set up already for daily tools. So I walk in the container and my ladders, my shovels, my extension cords, my ropes, tugger hoists, come-alongs, and electric hoists are all on this side hanging on huge brackets that I'm building out of, when I get the rebar bender, I'll bend rebar with giant S-hooks coming down from the ceiling. And that's going to be this side of the container. That side of the container is long-term storage. The back is oak furniture and mahogany furniture. So that's what I did. Now, I didn't make a video yesterday. I wanted to, but this machine blocked the machine blocked the Wi-Fi from getting in the container. So I couldn't make a video yesterday. So I'll field some questions now while I'm waiting for another order that's supposed to come. Anybody has a question, I'll answer legitimate, intelligent questions. Non-legitimate, non-intelligent questions will get you blocked in about 20 seconds. Well, okay, so that's a legitimate question. So, okay, it's a strange thing. I had a red oak saddle that I had in the rafters of my shop for 25 years. It was an oddball size. It was like 28 inches. So they ate that. It's like they ate that up. The grain of the lumber, I could pick it up. It's like a strange type of material. You could see the leafy part of the grain they didn't eat, but they ate all the pulp lumber. That was a piece of red oak saddle. That's gone. But it still looks like a saddle. You can still see it's red oak, but there's nothing left to the pulp. They ate the handles off of certain, like a hand weed whacker, you know, what they call a scythe. They ate the handles off the scythes that were oak, and whatever other lumber that they made the handles from, the handles are gone. They ate my office documents from buying the house, all my documents for the registration for the boats and the cars and all the stuff I used to own. I was eventually going to make a huge, in the lobby of the hotel, a wall mural, or what they call a collage, of all the registrations of boats and cars and houses and insurances and stuff I had. It could be a whole wall laminated on something, and then have pictures on top of that, or not have pictures on top of that. So that was my idea, to bring my legal documents for the house, for the Ocean Racer, for the Cobra, for the trucks I owned, and then put a picture of each thing next to the paperwork. Some of those documents where the termites ate from the outside edges in. So what it looks like now is like an inch of the documents was carved away. Now that box, I put 12 mothballs in. They'll be all dead today. So I'll still be able to make a collage, but it'll be a collage of termite documents. I mean, and the outside, the top documents from the top of the cardboard box, that was just dust. So they ate that, and yet another box that I had with pictures right next to it, they didn't touch a single picture. They ate the frames off the pictures, but they didn't touch a single picture. My globe oak file cabinet, my vertical globe oak file cabinet, which was made around 1901, 4 drawers, oak with bronze handles, was right next to that box with the termites that ate the documents. I mean, like, the box was here and the oak file cabinet was a half-inch away. They didn't touch the oak cabinet. I got to attribute that to 50 years of rubbing oil into the cabinet. I forgot the name of the oil. I have a bottle somewhere. So they didn't touch those cabinets. And then I have the globe bookcases with the glass fronts, where the glass fronts pull out like a garage door and then slide into the top. I have 3 of those. They were on top of the oak file cabinet. The termites didn't touch that at all. And yet, on top of those globe file cabinets with the glass tops, on top of those file cabinets with the glass tops was the headboard from my bed. They destroyed that. It was white pine. They destroyed the white pine and didn't touch what the white pine headboard was sitting on top of the globe file cabinets, the bookcases. They didn't touch the bookcases. And then I have an original Guy Lombardo carved mahogany cigarette boat from over the mantle of Guy Lombardo's estate in Long Island, New York. It was given to the captain of Guy Lombardo's racing team. And Guy Lombardo, the guy's name was Carl. He lived right behind my mother's house, Carl. And Carl was in charge of Guy Lombardo's ocean racers and race boats, the mahogany boats, when they were still made out of mahogany. And Guy always liked this mahogany boat of a cigarette boat that was over Guy Lombardo's mantle in his Long Island estate, where they used to race out in Long Island Sound. And Guy Lombardo gave it to Carl. And then Carl gave it to his nephew, James. And then James gave it to me because James didn't care for antiques. And I had 2 bottles of Magnums. I had 3. 3 Magnums of Grey Goose. Somebody gave it to me for a tip. I still have 1 in the cargo container. They gave me 3 Magnum bottles of Grey Goose. And I had 4 or 5 bottles of, I'm not real sure what else. I think it might have been Jack Daniels, but I don't remember what the other was because I don't have any of those left. And James says, I'll give you, because I said to James, he had it in his living room over his fireplace. I said, James, when are you going to give me that boat? And he said, what do you got that you want to trade? I says, I got 2. I'll trade you 2 Magnums of Grey Goose. And he said, because he knew about the Grey Goose, because when he used to come to my house, I had the Grey Goose on display. I don't know why. I don't drink alcohol, but that's what I did. So he goes, I'll take the Grey Goose and whatever the other bottles were, 2 or 3 of the other bottles. I said, deal, let's put that in the car right now. So I threw it in my Cobra and took it home. So I actually have the real original cigarette boat carved out of, looks like African cherry mahogany on top of a 7/8 inch African red ribbon. Longleaf red ribbon mahogany is the placard, which is about 14 inches high and 6 feet long. And then on top of that is a 3-dimensional cigarette boat carved out of what appears to be also red ribbon, African red ribbon mahogany. It has a propeller on it and windows and stuff like that. If I could prove it was Guy Lombardo's, it would probably be worth $10,000. But I can't. But I do know where it came from. So they didn't touch that. The termites didn't touch. Mein Hapon. So the termites didn't touch that. So I don't know that they touched my mahogany desk because all of those pieces all had the oil, same oil. I used the same oil for everything. Oh, look, I told you the roosters and the chickens come at 4 o'clock. There they are. I, I don't know what music that is. I hear music, but I myself don't know that music. And actually, I have to strain my ears just to hear that there is music. Before you said it, I would not have noticed it. I'm pretty deaf. That's why I talk loud. Yeah, okay. I'll do that. You're out of here. Out of here. Go away. I've done more work today than you did in the last week already before I turned on the live stream. I did more work yesterday than you'll do all month. Go away, or I'll go into the house and I'll block you permanently. Trolls have no place on my channel. Alpha males only. You're a beta male, beta male, if that beta. Probably a cuckolded beta male. Now that you got your 5 minutes of fame, if I see your voice on there again, I will stand up, go into the house, and block you forever. In fact, I'm probably going to end up doing that anyway. Your time is limited on the Alpha Male Construction channel. Very limited, I will tell you that. But there is a way for you to redeem yourself. If you want to redeem yourself, which I know you're not because you're a beta male, I suggest Super Chat. Minimum $20. Let's max it at $50. Right now would be nice if you want to redeem yourself. Otherwise, I'm going to give it a few minutes. And if you make another comment without sending me Super Chat, then I'll know that you're a beta male and I'll know what I have to do to eliminate you from the alpha male channel. Anytime you think you're a better carpenter or mechanic or engineer than me, I have a lot of money. I'll wager that I'm better than you. I don't know who you are, and I don't care. We'll build something. Okay? So a real man, a real alpha male would never challenge whether or not I'm working because they know I work hard every day. But only a beta male would. So if you feel like losing some money, that's one thing. But if you don't send me Super Chat between 20 and 50, I'll know you're a beta male and you don't belong here. So I'll just eliminate that problem. Mein Happen, I'll eliminate that problem like that. I'll turn you off like a switch. You scared the chickens away, dummy. Uh-oh. Meet you at your office. Just tell me where your office is. Put the directions down. Put them down. That was $1 But that's a good start. You're heading in the right direction. Your office. You guys wouldn't even know what an office is, most of you. Not that you haven't worked in an office, but not to have your own office where you go out and buy the typewriter, the computers, the paper, the ink, paper clips, staples, staple gun, glue, file cabinets. Yeah, your office. I'd like to see your office. Please tell me where it is. Oh my God. Somebody just adjusted their pants. I gotta tell you, it's strange living here. Your office. Where's your office? All right. Stop raining. I don't have any caulking. I could paint. That's what I could do. I could paint. Maybe I will get back to work. Stop raining. Yeah, I want to go get a ladder. Okay. Okay, I got to go get a ladder. Okay, let's do this. Ladder coming up. Hey. Hold on a minute. I got a call coming in. Okay, office manager guy. I lost your comment because I had to answer a phone call for a delivery, but I'd bet big money you're not strong enough to carry my ladder over to where it has to go to paint. I'd bet big money because you got a big mouth, which means you're a beta male. Okay? Now I got a big mouth, but I'm an alpha male. So I'd bet big money you couldn't carry this ladder that I have on my shoulder over to where I'm going to use it to work. Big money. Big money, I'd bet. That you couldn't carry the ladder and set it up. Because the ladder weighs about 78 pounds, and then you have to set it up. I bet big money you can't do that. You got a big mouth, but that's all you got. We know that. I know that. You know that. Now everybody knows that. But thanks for the dollar. You keep sending those dollars, I'll keep giving you compliments. I bet big money you couldn't carry the ladder from where I just carried it. I would bet big money too on that. I'm not kidding you about that. All you guys with the big mouths. Oh, do you have a little big boy L23, I think it is? 23-foot high ladder combination? I bet you don't. Okay, what I need to do is, I don't feel like slamming that thing down. Be right there. Oh, I did answer your call. That was you? Oh, come to my house. By all means, come. I'm standing right in front of the house, baby. You don't even have to yell. Okay. By all means, come. We'll rearrange some of the things that you're going to bring with you, like your teeth. By all means, I'm standing right in front of the house. How easy could I make it for you? And besides that, there are so few people in this world that have my telephone number. I know it's not really you, but if it is, don't be afraid. Come, cometh. Let me show you. Let me show you my painting skills. My painting skills. My skill sets. I have skill sets that you wouldn't believe. Okay, so there's the ladder. Yeah, I think I'll leave it right at that angle like that, right there. And then I'll climb up to the top of the doors. I'm going to have to extend half the ladder up. Hello, Brian. Main hapon po. Hello. Hello. Ah! Hello. Okay, come here. Well, what order do you have?
In the Muanto, sir.
What?
Muanto. Mudala.
I don't understand what you're saying. For Fazio, yeah?
Parcel.
Okay, now listen to me. Look, listen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you don't speak good English, but you gotta listen. Look, I will show you. Either when you come, there are 12 more orders. 12 more.
Yeah.
I will be inside.
Inside that?
Maybe I will be inside here. You have to Okay, now you come this way, please. Okay, come this way. Maybe I will be inside here.
Yes, sir.
If the gate is open, you come over there and you talk to me. Okay? So how many pesos is this order?
Just wait, sir. I will scan, sir.
What is your name?
Gabaisin Junel, sir.
Gabriel?
Gabaisin Junel. Junel Gabaisin.
Oh, you're the man from last night. Okay, thank you. Okay, I am Michael.
Yes. Nice to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you too.
There are more, sir. Two parcels.
How much?
Three parcels, sir.
3,000.
Three parcel.
Let me see what we have here. What is the package? You will tell me? The water pick?
Talisay City, Cebu.
What? I cannot hear you. You have to come over here, please. Here, come over here. Well, put that down over there. Now, what are you saying, sir? I want to make sure that they're my orders.
Yes, sir.
What is this? White bunkhouse. What is it? What is the item? No item?
No. Package, sir. One parcel whole. I don't know, sir, the inside, sir, because
Okay.
I will not allow to open that, sir.
Not allowed.
Yes, sir.
They don't trust you? Okay, let's see. That's my
Thermal.
temperature sensing gun. That's correct.
Yes, sir.
That one is correct. And this? Here, you. Huh. You're gonna open it up?
Not allowed, sir.
Go ahead, pull it open. Come on. I want to make sure I have the right order. I don't care how much it is.
Okay, sir.
I'm not going to pay you anyway. What's in the box? This is this is correct. I don't care about that. Leave that. Okay, that's correct.
Okay, sir.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay, sir.
Okay, that one's good. Put it back in the box, Polyog. And now let's get the big one. I think that's a water, but I don't know. Let me watch your hands up from the bottom. No, okay. Okay, open. Open. Don't worry about it. Rip it apart. Huh? Like it's Christmas, baby. Okay, watch your fingers.
Okay, sir.
Hold it tight. Hold it tight. Don't hold it. Don't move it. Don't move.
Don't discuss.
I'm
the
not going to
parcel, sir.
cut that.
Yes, sir.
Don't move it. Don't move. Okay, now open. Let's try to open that up now. You take off your label. Open. Dude, pull the front off over here. Pull that off first. It's wrapped. It's not twisted on an angle, on a 45-degree angle. It's wrapped even. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Let go. Drop. Humana. Humana. Let it go. 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 Drop it. Watch. You'll be for an hour.
First time, sir.
What? First time?
First time in Dolho, assign.
Okay. Look, he's gonna do this one wrap at a time. We'll be here all day. Wow. I don't think they put enough plastic on it. Go ahead, you'll be the one. There you go. I'll teach you how to open boxes. Okay. No more. Humanat. It's oil for the... That's a good order.
Correct,
Okay.
sir. Good.
Total order?
Total order, COD, sir.
100 pesos?
No, sir.
No. What?
2,326, sir.
2326. Okay.
2326.
Be right back. No touch. Okay?
Okay, sir.
2326.
2326.
You want... Hey. You want to pay for this for me? You pay? Polio.
Kita yung mga sol, yung mga tari. Yan.
Ako kay mga nagadali ko. Taka, bayan na rin mo.
Okay.
Hindi rin mausap ko naman ng jobre.
Okay lang itong bayad, una no?
Kasi order sa sapi-sapi ya. Ito na order.
Sapi.
Nagbago bira. Ya gadali ko di malugan belangan ko kaya po. Kasi sa order mo kay mao mo lagi kasabot.
Lagi. Wala, okay.
You want something? You want something? You want me?
No.
What do you want? What does he want?
What?
You want what? What does he want?
Just watching.
Here. Go someplace else and watch. Here.
Yes, sir. 2326.
Yeah. Two. One, two, three. 50. Okay? You keep.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Ah,
Put your money away. Okay, you gonna take a picture now?
yes, sir.
Be careful. So you understand now, yeah? If I'm in there, you yell in there. If I'm in the back, if the gate is open, I'm in the back. Otherwise, in the house, you knock on the house.
Okay, sir.
Okay? It's okay.
Just hold, sir. I just speak because company want also
You're killing me, dude. You're killing me. I look like Santa Claus.
okay, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
You have a nice day.
Thank you.
Okay? Now you know how to open the bag. You unwrap, drop. Woo, yeah? Kasabut?
Kasabot.
Salamat.
Salamat.
Amping.
Salamat kayo, sir.
You have a nice day, sir. Thank you very much. Okay. My oil. They wanted $20 a liter. $20 a liter. So to Fazio's project manager, that's why I'm working in front of the house doing odds and ends. Because I have 11 more orders after this, but this is 3, so I have 8, including the rebar bender. But you got to be in front of the house, otherwise they go, I owe. You can't hear what they say, and they leave. and you don't get your items. So Fazio's project manager, we're ready for another $1. When you're ready, I'm ready. Salamat. Don't be cheap now. I talked to you. I acknowledge the fact that you're alive. I even offered you the opportunity to come to my house so I could do dental work on you for free. I don't normally do it for free, but for you, because you work for me, I'll consider it part of your dental plan. So they wanted $20 for 1 liter of this oil in the store. $20. I'll show you what they wanted $20 for. And I got it from the SHOPEE for $13. But so I saved $14. I still have oil and gas left from in my oil and gas tank. But these other parts for the still street saw, the carburetor was $17 through SHOPEE, but in Tagbilaran, they would not order the carburetor. They didn't have the carburetor. I brought the carburetor to the city to have it replaced. They said, we will not replace it, but if you bring the machine in for repair, we will try to get the parts. So I would have to carry the machine into the city, which weighs about 28 pounds. I'd have to carry it into the city. Which would mean I'd have to bust my ass to put it on a tricycle, really. So that's 250, 300 pesos to get it into the city. Maybe come back on another day, and they may have it fixed and they may not. 300 pesos out of the city. 4 hours each trip, round trip each way, and it would have costed, who knows, maybe 3,000 pesos for each part with the labor. So I would have spent about $120 for those two things, and $40 each for the liters. I would have been $160. Instead, it costed me $46. So I saved $120 by ordering these 3 items online. And this is 1 liter of 50 to 1 mix for still saws. So, and I'll give you guys, I'm going to teach you a lesson. You can remember it for the rest of your life, or pay because you didn't pay attention. So I should ask Fazio's project office manager why you have to use still 2-cycle oil. I'll ask this guy a question. I bet you the idiot doesn't know the answer to the question. I'll bet you if you gave him ask him the question, I'll bet you he doesn't, not only doesn't he know the answer to the question, but he doesn't know how to find out the answer to the question. Why? Because he's a liar. He's not my office manager. He's not in Bohol, but I will give him dental work. That guy was nosy, talking trash to the delivery guy. It sounded like about you. I wonder which guy it was. Was it the skinny guy or the guy with the goats? Because the guy with the goats, I never got along with him. Never had an argument with him either. But he's always running his mouth. Every time someone comes, he has to talk to them. So just tell me who it is. I know where one of them are. I'll go straighten it out right now. That guy, I don't even know who that guy is. I never saw him before. So I don't know how he could talk shit about me. I'll go look for him, though. He's not down there. Bald man, white t-shirt. This guy over here? Is this the guy you're talking about? What did you say to the driver? What are you saying to the driver?
It's okay.
You didn't say anything to him? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Because somebody on my live stream said you were talking blah, blah, blah. About me?
No,
About who? What were you talking?
in the sea, because your house is near in the sea.
My house is near to the sea?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. See what you got to deal with here? Now, that guy has no business talking about me whatsoever. But you see how he backed down. See, I would believe it was him because once before, he said something to me about, the skinny guy. I never saw that guy before yesterday morning. So either he's here on vacation visiting his family or he moved in a few doors away. Oh, yeah, and the guy with the goats, once before he said something. Okay, thank you. Once before he said something to me, and I jumped. I didn't jump down off the roof, but I said, "Yo, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere." And he stayed where he was, not because I said it, but just because I guess that's where he was going to be when I came downstairs. Are you talking shit about me? This is the second time. So I believe you. And they always back down. They always back down. But here, that's what they do here. They talk shit about you, and they don't want to back it up. Oh no, I was talking. What he said exactly was I was talking to him that I live near the sea. What kind of bullshit is that? And you know that guy. I've never had anything to do with him. I've known him for 7 years. He's a goat herder. What do I have in common with a goat herder? There's nothing wrong with being a goat herder, but I don't have anything in common with goat herders. I have no ability to talk to him. He doesn't speak English much. But this is the second time. The first time I knew he was talking shit about me because the guy who dropped off me on the tricycle, and we were bringing the material up to the roof. What I was thinking, he said, was, did I give the tricycle driver, a tip? But first of all, it's none of his damn business whether I tipped the tricycle driver or not. Guapo. Hey, come here. John, are you back in school now? All right. Good to hear. So he's asking, so whenever a tricycle driver drops me off, they ask the tricycle driver if I gave them a tip. What business is that of theirs? But that time he was talking shit to the tricycle driver. That's something about carrying the stuff, Saka, and it was init kaayo. Well, I gave the tricycle driver 50 peso tip. If that's not enough, he should have said more. But that's more than enough, considering I paid him more than what I normally pay me to bring me home because there was extra stuff. But that guy got this is the second time I had to question him. And there's nobody in this neighborhood that really wants to fess up to their bullshit. So There's no reason for him not to like me, other than that he's a goat herder. I don't know. Maybe he's jealous that I'm not a goat herder. I don't know. Maybe he's mad that once they were chopping down a tree that was in front of my house, and they chopped it down. This is going back 3, 4 years, 5 years ago. And when I came home, they had the tree in a pile in front of my fence. And I said, oh, what the fuck are you doing? He goes, well, for the goats. I said, you don't touch my trees. So maybe he goes back that far. But they think nothing of, if they need food for the goat and they don't feel like going to the beach or down the road, they'll chop down the neighbor's flowers. You see them grabbing the flowers that the goats like to eat. You see them cutting trees, the overhanging limbs off of trees, off the fence across the street. And the guards, they don't like that. They tell them you cannot do that. So they wait for the guards to go away or to be inside the property more when they do their rounds. And then they chop the leaves down when nobody's around. That guy, I think he was part of the tree chopping ceremony. And I was getting ready to take the tree down anyway. But that's not the point. You don't touch my shit. I got strict rules about touching my shit. I don't want to tell you what the rules are because I'll lose my YouTube channel. But if you touch my shit without my permission, that ain't good. It ain't a good thing. And and let me tell you what else this idiot does. I know it's him. I just haven't caught him yet. But I won't tell you. I don't want to give anybody, I don't want to say this on YouTube, but he did something else. Had to be him. And this was going back about a year. And I said, dude, I don't understand what's wrong with you inside your head. What's wrong? Something wrong? Are you born car? Are you crazy? Doing shit like that? You don't even know me. He doesn't, see, they think because they're Filipinos, they could do anything they want, and they can't. He's got no right to chop the tree down in front of my fence on my property. None at all. He's got no right to ask the driver if I give the driver a tip. And he got no right. What fucking business is it of his what I'm talking to that guy about? It ain't his business. And this is what you got to deal with when you live here. These people have no understanding of business. They have no business etiquette or ethics. They have no respect for the foreigner's privacy at all. Let me tell you what's going to happen. That guy's going to say, I gave him a bunch of shit to everybody around here. Not that I care. Because they're already all pissed off at me because I won't hire any of them. So they all want a job. But they're all alcoholics. I won't give an alcoholic a job. I'm sorry. Did you say that you drink alcohol every day, 7 days a week for your entire life, and you want to work for me? I'm sorry, I don't hire alcoholics. So already, 4 or 5 guys are pissed off. And also they'll ask, like I said, they'll ask the driver if I give the driver a tip. Or maybe they'll ask this guy if I gave him a tip. What fucking business is it of his? None of his business. It's none of his business. Yet they still do it. So if it was him saying something, if he really did say something, it's because he's stupid. But I am not afraid to go ask him or confront him. I don't give a shit one way or the other. They should just mind their own damn business. I don't mind his business. I don't care that he chops down other people's shit to feed his goats. I just don't want him cutting down my trees to feed his goats. I've found them goat herders on my property before I put the fence up, chopping down trees to feed their goats 7 years ago. I said, what are you doing? Yeah, no, he waited for me to go in the house. This is what these guys do. He waited for me to go in the house, and then he went over there, and I heard him talking to the guy, and that's when I walked out of the house. Said, "You want something?" I know what they're doing. I just don't know what they're saying. They're an amazing species of people. The people in the they're nosy beyond recognition. They put your shit up everywhere. If you do anything at all, everybody on the block knows. They want to know why you went to the city. So if you tell them you went to the city to bring back gulai vegetables, they want one. If you tell them you went to the city to buy food, they want one bag. Just give me one bag. If you tell them you're going to the city, they say buy one bag. They just can't not mind your business. I got to go paint. Project manager, are you still ready to run your mouth? Thanks, Andrew. Oh, you are. I'll pull it from the cameras. Oh, that's not you. You're still trolling me. Okay. Well, you might know what they're saying. It's not that important for me to spend that much time. I'll just go grab him off camera and I'll tell him don't do it again. He won't. I'll just go do it right now. Off camera. When people come to my house, everybody has to ask what's going on. What are you doing? Okay, but it's not nobody's business. My business is nobody's business. Okay? Thank you. Is it Dominic's business? Why not? Dominic? Probably won't happen again. They promised. Unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. Okay, so there he is. See, he's still there. Probably won't ever happen again. I said to him, you have to mind your own business, otherwise I will mind your business. And I didn't say it in such a congenial manner. We were in the off-congenial mode. So I'm going to go paint the top of this. I'm going to paint this. First, I have to mix paint. So I'm going to mix some paint right now. Okay. This is going to make a mess. This is going to make a mess. This is going to be messy. Oh, God. This is going to be a lot more messy than I had planned. I need to go get a gallon of yellow paint. I have it in stock. All right. I'm gonna put this shirt on. This is my yellow painting shirt. I need to remove the locks from the doors before I paint. Otherwise, I'll get paint in the keyholes of the locks. That's not good. Oh. Hey, Fazio's office manager, how come you use still two-cycled oil in a chainsaw, but not outboard motor oil, two-cycle oil? Quick, answer the question or I block you. Why do you use still two-cycle oil in a chainsaw and not two-cycle oil from an outboard motor? You have only minutes before I block you. Answer the question. Close enough. Not an exact match, but it's pretty close. Fazio's office manager. Where's the answer? If you're... Yeah, the Filipinos listen to all different kinds of... Wrong answer, Fazio's project oil manager. Wrong answer, but at least you tried. So, for another dollar, I'll give you the correct answer, and I'll bet you $10,000 that my answer is correct. Fazio's office manager. For another dollar, I'll give you the correct answer. Promise. And I'll bet you 10,000 my answer is 100% correct. Well, you guys out there, you're all such big, great mechanics. You all know this, that, and the other thing. But you don't know answers to simple questions. Yo! Back. Amigo. Amigo. Are you back for me?
No, sir.
Come here for a minute, please, Polyhope.
Mr. Lopez?
One second. When the man with the goats, what did he say? Did he say blah 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 before or no? What was he saying?
Just see that we're good.
I'm good. I'm a good man. Ah, okay, they got it mixed up. Thank you. That's what he said. I'm a good man.
Yes.
Nova Coughlin?
No bakakon.
Okay.
Why ilat me go?
Thank you. All right, so we got that one wrong. That's from the driver now. But is the driver, is that the truth? The whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God. That's the big question. That is as close to the reality of what was going on here as is possible, because you're never going to get the answer. Somebody would have to go through the review like we went through before the review, with like Laura Segrest or somebody. Somebody would have to go through the video, and then we would know the truth. But right now, we don't know the truth. And that guy might be the driver might be telling the truth. He may be absolutely, but why? Why does he have to even say anything? So, now it would be interesting. Okay, well, thanks. See you tomorrow. Okay, salamat. Now it would be interesting to know the truth. Now it would be really, it would be like an experiment in truth, justice, and what goes on. But I did tell that man it's none of his business. Whatever, he has to say something to the tricycle driver. He has to say something to everybody that comes here. I've seen that. Why did he wait for me to go in the house? That's the big question. Why? Because subconsciously, he didn't want to say it in front of me. Why? That's a big question. I'm not kidding about that either. This all goes into the heading of the psyche of the human genome. Why couldn't he say right in front of me, this is a good man? He knows how to say that much in English, but he chose not to. He chose for me to go in the house where possibly I couldn't hear him. I couldn't understand him, but I did hear him. So why did he have to wait for me to go in the house? And that goes back to, because he was probably saying something he shouldn't have said. So now, is the driver telling the truth? Is paradoxical Q correct? Who's telling the truth? Now it would be more interesting, now that we have two different viewpoints, to know the truth. We're never going to find the truth, because I'm not really going to spend a lot of time on that. But it sure would make a good social experiment to what it's like living in the Philippines. Huh. 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 Will the tree hold up the ladder until I'm done? I think it will. So did that guy give me another $1 so I could tell him why you use Still chainsaw oil and not outboard motor oil? Or how, if you wanted to use outboard motor oil, how you could substitute one for the other, but not recommended at all to do so unless you are a real mechanic. And we know Fazio's office manager is a bologna and cheese artist, that's for sure. That's for sure. Now we're just having a little bit of fun on his dime, because the man, he wants to appear to be a troll, and I just bet him, I just bet him $10,000 that I would give him the right answer, and nobody could improve on my answer. My answer is the answer. It is, if it was a test to pass for an outboard motor or repair, tool repair, my answer would be the answer that would be on the test. No other answer, my answer would be complete and correct, 100%. So if it was like 99, if you got 99 points for a correct answer, or 100 points, I'd get 100 points. I wouldn't get 99, and I wouldn't get 98, I'd get 100. Because I am about that much 1,000 times smarter than the average person when it comes to mechanical skill sets. 1,000 times, 2,000 times, maybe more. And I'm a very neat painter as well. You could see, I'm a very neat painter. Oh. But, in my mind, I just heard two different things. The driver said, he said I was a good man. When I went over and asked the goat herder what he said to the driver, he said, word for word, he said, no, I was just talking to him about how close you live to the beach. So somebody is lying. maybe both of them are lying. So I'm just thinking now that the goat herder, when I went over and asked him privately, one-on-one, face-to-face, he said, no, 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 I was just telling him, you live very close to the beach, which is, why would you say that, number one? Number two, the driver said he was saying I was a good man. Two different things, right? So is the driver lying? Is the goat herder lying? Is the truth somewhere in between? Or are they both just straight up and down lying to cover each other because they're Filipinos? Ah! Number three, probably right. Probably more correct than 1 and 2. They're covering each other. I'm Filipino, you're Filipino. He's only a stupid American. Okay, so the ladder was held up by the tree while I painted it, right? So. Somebody was lying. No doubt about it. Yeah, somebody had to be lying. Had to be. Can't be any other way. Okay, now I gotta put the ladder on the inside and paint up on the bead so that the caulking will have a fresh coat of paint to stick to. Or, let me finish one door. Ah! Ah! Ow! All right, I'll check to see if that Fazio's office manager gave me the money he owes me. You do owe me money, dude. I know. I know he's doing something shady. I know that. Okay, he doesn't know. So he doesn't know the answer. There is an answer. And it's a correct answer, and then there's only one correct answer. And I know what that answer is. Yeah, I saw him. I heard him. As soon as I walked through the door, he started running his mouth. As soon as I walked out, he walked away. It's a fucking snake, is what he is. When I went over there all up close and personal, I let him know for a fact, none of his, whatever I do here is none of his business. And he agreed to that. So we'll just let it go. I don't really want to know. I don't really care what he said. I know he was talking shit behind my back. I know he's a sneak. I already know that. I don't have to get a confirmation on any of that. That's already been proven multiple times. What he says, I don't know. That he says something negative, I do know. Coco. 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 That's my demon lizard. He lives in the house. He's outside hunting now. It's that lizard that I saved last year from the glue trap. He's back. Just one though, not, I don't think two of them are back, but one of them is definitely back in the house. Okay. Well, we got one door done. One door done. Now, there's the yellow on the second door. I'm not going to, probably won't do the inside of the second door. If I paint the outside edge, the rubber is going to stick to it tonight. Can't do that. Doesn't matter now. Hey, did you guys see what I did? I held up 2 gallons of paint, 2.5 gallons of paint in this container, and manhandled a 76-pound ladder for the last 40 minutes. One hand with the brush, one hand on the ladder, one hand on the bucket, without stopping, without putting the bucket down, without crying how heavy the bucket was. Because I'm a real man. As opposed to some of you, I doubt many of you people could do that, what I just did, with the holding the bucket with one hand, climbing up and down the ladder, and holding 2.5 gallons of paint, which is the equivalent of about 20 pounds of paint, and moving the ladder around with one hand. So you creeps that come on my channel, and you talk blah, 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 beta male stuff, we are giving you an open invitation on any given day to challenge me in almost just about anything when it comes to construction. But you have to have your own tools. I will not lend you my tools to challenge me. We'll see what you got, and I'll show you what I got. But anyway, I still held up 20 pounds of paint for 35 or 40 minutes in one hand, while the other hand was painting and moving the ladder around with one hand. So, let's see any of you creepy beta bloggers out there attempt something like that. I've never seen it done. Some people will say, well, it wasn't that safe. Well, if you know what you're doing, and you're using a little giant ladder, an L26 or an L23, it's a pretty stable base and where it wasn't stable, I tied it on. So if you're a beta cuck male and you're cucked with in some situation, and you're a cuck and you're a beta male, oh, well, then I would expect you to use 2 hands and use a half a gallon of paint in a small bucket and then hang it up on a big hook. Because you're a weaker of the species, a beta male, the weaker. You're the weak, even females have more strength than the beta cuck males. We all know that. We in the alpha male category. You'll never get a beta male to admit that because, well, they're beta males and their mother didn't give them enough attention or gave them too much attention. We don't know what their mothers did to them to make them beta males. Or their fathers. We don't know that. It's all guesswork. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm using this elastometric sealant paint. This stuff is very, very thick. Okay, so I used about a gallon on these 2 doors over metal because it is so thick. So far I used a little over a gallon, I guess, but even though it's on over metal, if you put it over rust, I've noticed if you put it on and get it deep embedded into the rust, the oxidation on the metal, it actually won't let the rust bleed through. Or has not yet let the rust bleed through. So it's pretty good. The best paint I ever used. Latex paint, by far the best paint I've ever used. Only thing I've ever used better is if I made it myself out of Acryl 60. So I kind of think this has Acryl 60 in it. I kind of think it has the same formula as Acryl 60. I don't know that it's Acryl 60, but it's got to have an acrylic-based compound in it to make it this durable and this high coverage rate. Okay, so for those of you who don't know why I'm doing this instead of working, well, this is work number 1. Number 2, it is next door to a very nice hotel. They've never said anything to me. They've never complained about the traco or the, hey! They've never complained about any of the materials I have in the yard. We get along just fine, but because they are such good neighbors. And besides, this was starting to get pretty shabby looking. Rust, blue, white. I didn't like the way it looked. So for a couple of thousand pesos to paint it, and a few hours of my time to make it look nice, shows a little common courtesy to the neighbors. And I'll tell you what, I see the neighbors every day. And they've never said a word since the day I moved in. So, for those of you who are going to make up some story that the neighbors complained, what I want to do is the people that make up the story that the neighbors complained, what I want to do is I want to see you people that make up those stories, I want to see you get bitch slapped so hard you don't wake up until next Tuesday. That's what I want to say. That's what you deserve. And I know how to make that happen. If you ask really nice, I could make that happen. You people that make up those stories, you deserve to be bitch slapped and wake up next Tuesday and wonder what the hell happened. What did I do? Again, what did I do? In fact, this paint is so thick that 50% of all the seams that were open that I would have put caulking in on the outside of the seal, 50% of that with this paint has already been eliminated. So, actually, the caulking would have been about $4 a tube. I've probably saved about one tube of caulking by sealing up the cracks with this stuff. So, I used about 1.5 gallons, which would be about 1,200 pesos, which would be, so let's say I used about $16 worth of paint in the last few hours. I used about 2,000 pesos worth of paint, but I saved 500 pesos in caulking. So I basically, it kind of pays for itself with these small cracks. Hey. Mein Hauptmann. Ow. Huh. I'm getting tired now. I got up at 5 a.m., exactly 5 a.m. Not a minute before or after. And I never did go back to sleep. Ugh. Huh. Huh. Uh, uh. I don't know why, but I just thought about my ocean racer going down the canal on the way to get gas on in Key Largo Harbor. I have no idea why I thought about that. It was like a flashback where, well, you could get gas in one or two places, but if I was going out for dinner, I'd go to Key Largo Harbor to Sharky's Pub, and Sharky's Pub had food. They had drinks, but I didn't drink there, and they had a gas stop. And that's what I was thinking about, pulling up to Sharky's Pub, the gas stock at Sharky's Pub. I don't know why, but it was like I was there yesterday. And that had to be 12, 13 years ago, 14 years ago. Yeah, the beta males, they can hold up 20 pounds of paint and paint with one hand. They're beta males, you know? Beta males can do anything inside the safety of their own mind. But have them climb a ladder with 20 pounds of paint in one hand and a brush in the other, then the true beta male comes out. Beta males think that they're working if they put a few ounces of spackling putty on a door. That to them is work. Not holding up 20 pounds of paint for an hour and painting with the other hand. That's not beta male. That's what beta males fantasize about, what I do every day for a living. And that's why they're beta males. Because they can't do what I can do. And that's why we call this the alpha male channel, baby. Beta males can't do real physical work, and if they do something that appears to look like work, and it has something to do with any kind of menial labor, I used a 2-inch spackling knife all day. I painted 6 doors in less than a week, and no proof of that. You don't see me doing any work because I don't take pictures, because I'm a beta male photographer. We don't take pictures of our beta male projects. We don't have to prove we're an alpha male to anybody. We're beta males. You know we're beta males because we're beta males. We don't have to prove anything. I'm a beta male. I can't do what Fazio does. Fazio's a real man. One day, I hope to be like Fazio. I'm a beta male. I'm a beta male. I'm a beta male. I'm a beta male. Oh, I hate being a beta male. I wish I was more like Mike. All right, I'm done. And whatever this looks like when it's dry, I'm done. I will not do any more on the outside. Because from 10 feet away, cannot see. Hello, Janine. Look nice? Guapa? Salamat. The neighbor gave me a thumbs up, baby. Thumbs up. That's a big accomplishment. All right, so hello, Dominic. The inside's done. We have a score. Usually it's the last thing that you have to do at the end of the day that needs the most work. And this is showing me that it's done. Oh yeah, it's done all the way right up to the top, including the caulking. That's nice. We're done, baby. All I have to do now is put the lid on the paint with a little bit of distilled water on the top and put everything away. Put the ladder away. I wonder if I could put the ladder inside there for tonight. I think I can. After I get some water, after I put the distilled water on it, I think I can. I'll be right back. Oh boy. I wonder. Whew. I wonder. What about that? This is garbage. This is garbage. Now, I think it will fit. I know it will fit. I'll check the comments, and then I'm gonna go back to getting that ladder inside the container. I don't need it. Okay. I'm gonna get that ladder inside the container. It's gonna be a good trick. All right. I'm gonna drop it. Dropping it. 1, 2, 3. Okay. This thing weighs 76 pounds. And at the end of the day, it feels like it weighs 100. Ugh. Oh, we did it. It's pretty freaking heavy. Okay, I'm gonna go put the paint on in the lower 40. Wow, I should have took a picture. Yellow man. There'll be more, there's more yellow where that came from. How the hell is that possible? Huh. Not possible. There's a towel 5 feet higher than the door hanging from one of the hotel apartments next door from my old apartment. And it's got yellow paint on it, but not today's color yellow. The color that is yellow on here, that's more yellow than today's yellow. I painted this a little bit lighter yellow on purpose. I didn't want it white, and I didn't want it as dark yellow as the other yellow, because this door, for the rest of the summer now, not now, but from March until September, this door facing this way gets the sunlight on it from about 11 o'clock in the morning till 4:30 in the afternoon. And it makes it really hot inside there. Not that it matters, but the less heat that's in there, the less that it wants to condensate at night. The less moisture that goes in there, the less the termites will want to live in there. Plus, I ordered 3 kilos of mothballs. So they should be here any day now. And once I get the shelves in the back and the tool racks on this side of the container, by then, hopefully I'll have the rebar bender by then. I'll set that up electric-wise. I have inside this container, I have a 25-foot number 10 copper brass high quality Hubble extension cord for a service for a boat, for a yacht, like the ones with the giant plugs on it. Wapo, mein Hapun. I have so that's a number 10 wire. That'll carry 30 amps. I have to see what the rating on the, I know it's 220 single phase. I'm not sure of the amperage, but if that's not enough. How you doing? Hello. If that's not enough, I have, nah, that should be enough. I can't imagine. 220 volts. That's rated for 30 amps at 110. It's probably rated at 50 amps for 220. And that's not a continuous use machine. That machine might be used, rated at 20% per hour. So my number 10, you know what? That cord might be a number 8. The cord is $150 for a 25-foot cord, $3 a foot. It was for my boat, my yacht, my Ocean Racer. I didn't sell that with the boat. It's called Shore Power. And I forgot what it's rated at, but it's inside here. It's brand new. Well, it's 20 years old, but it's brand new. It's hardly ever seen any weather. Okay, I get rid of this. Alrighty. You like?
Yeah.
Nice, eh? I will paint the house. Your roof only. It's time for the beta males to go away for a few minutes. All beta males, please leave the work area. This is an alpha male project. You're going to use a man hammer, an 18-pound man hammer, and a 32-ounce aspirin modified. Beta males, please leave the work area. Beta males, please leave the work area as soon as possible. Beta males, please evacuate the work area ASAP. Beta males, please don't watch. Please leave the work area as soon as possible. Beta males, please leave the work area. Please evacuate the work area ASAP. Beta males need not apply. Beta males, please go home. Go. Going. There it is. Couldn't do that before. Beta males, you are allowed back onto the work premises again. The real man's work is over. Beta males are now once again allowed onto the job site. Beta males, you know who you are. We know who you are. I know who you are. Be right back. The man hammer. This, my friends, is a man hammer. If you don't know what a man hammer is, let me show it to you. This is an 18-pound sledgehammer made out of 1-inch galvanized steel bar and a 16-pound hammer. And this is for putting in, well, nails, 10-inch, 12-inch nails that are 1/2 inch in diameter. They're called spikes, 6-inch, 12-inch, 8-inch spikes. I pre-drill them, but with this hammer, you could smash it through a 6x6, but there's no reason to do all that work. I don't see the comments. I'm not seeing the comments. Okay. Yeah, Okay, I guess that was the last comment 2 hours ago. Okay, I'll be there in a minute. Huh. 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 Let's see what that looks like. One of the neighbors came by and gave me a thumbs up. She doesn't give away compliments, maybe twice a year. Very nice lady. In fact, I remember the last time she said something to me. She said to me, "You are a very hard-working man." And she meant it. Yeah, that looks much nicer. That actually does look pretty nice. I didn't think it was going to look that nice. It looks better because before it was blue and then rusty. Then I painted it yellow, a yellowish white, but I ran out of paint. I had to go back to the city. I had to buy another 5-gallon can of that paint. This elastomeric paint. I bought this paint. Tough Seal, they call it. This water-based elastomeric elastomeric paint. It's 3,250 pesos, I think. It's about $66. And I have this now. And I also bought, I didn't buy it. I bought a gallon of yellow, which is what I mixed up this afternoon. And I found about this much paint up underneath a tarpaulin of this product. So I actually have however much is in here. And then of that paint that was about that high, I mixed in a gallon, which would have brought it up to about here. And what I have left is about this much, about 3 inches of white and about an inch yellow. And then plus this, plus a half a gallon of yellow paint. I'm tired. I wonder why this is not giving me the message. It's gotta be, can't be the last message. Couldn't be an hour ago. I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to my computer. I'll go check to see. I'll check to see if anybody left a message. I don't care if you did or you didn't. It makes no difference to me. There are my mothballs. There's my mothballs right there. I forgot about those. Fragile mothballs. Doesn't get any dumber than that. Fragile mothballs. And I fixed this morning with Andrew. Andrew, I just came in to look at the computer, and it had shut itself down. I don't know why. Okay, I gotta wait for it to start back up. Then I gotta get a bath. Bucket bath, that is. Bucket bath. Okay. Okay. I could just drink 1 liter of water, and I will right now. I just drank about a half a liter of water. 1 shot. I was thirsty. Oh. Get back up then. Yeah, that lady Janine, about a year ago, I wasn't talking to her. No, I always talked to her. I talked to her for 7 years, but she very rarely ever says anything. And out of the clear blue, I was just next door talking to the people in the Paroque, and she looked up and she says, "You're a very hard worker." And I said, "Thank you." And today she gave me a thumbs up. So that's a big accomplishment. Filipinos, for a Filipino to acknowledge that a foreigner is a hard-working person, it's because most foreigners, they've never seen the foreigners work. Because most foreigners are here retired. Either they never worked and they had an office job, or they did work and they don't work anymore because they don't have to and they're retired. They worked hard enough to not have to work anymore. So there's And then the foreigners that do work, oh, some of them just are really bad workers. I mean, you know, they're basically just drunks that are running a job. Okay, so let's get this open 6 times. Sign in. Yeah, Andrew Steinmetz and myself, we went through the settings. We changed the settings. We changed the way it notifies me of my notifications. Maybe we didn't save something. I don't know. Thanks for the other $1. Thank you for the other $1. And, oh, okay, so I got to tell you, if you're here, okay, so project manager, 421. Okay, you're here. So I think you gave me the other $1. Let's make sure. Okay. Yeah, you did. Thank you. Okay, so let me tell you the exact reason why you should only use still chainsaw oil, gas and oil mixture in either a still leaf blower or a still chainsaw or a still street saw or any 2-cycle street saw, blower, or chainsaw, or grass weed whacker. Anything that's 2-cycle and operates any kind of lawn equipment, anything that's 2-cycle and is air cooled or even water cooled, you should use the still 2-cycle oil, because the still 2-cycle oil at 50-1 or 40-1, depending on what ratio the tool requires, protects your tool, your lawn equipment tool, or your air, whatever 2-cycle tool you're using. The temperature of the piston rings that touch the piston cylinder walls and the temperature of the exhaust valve, not the intake, but the exhaust valve, could possibly reach 1,500 degrees, but will reach 1,100 to 1,200 degrees, especially the exhaust piston valve. So that oil will protect it up to 1,000, 1,200 degrees, continuous cycle, continuous use. An outboard motor, because it's water cooled, stays at a temperature of about 190 degrees, or less than 200 degrees. So if you're shooting a thermal imager at a water jacket on a 2-cycle outboard motor, your thermal imaging tool is going to register 185, 190, top end at 205 degrees. But if you're shooting that same thermal imager at a 2-cycle air-cooled engine and you put it up around the piston bolt where the exhaust valve is, you could go up to 750, 800 degrees. But internally, it could go up to 1,100 degrees, 1,200 degrees, depending on if your mix. So the richer the mix, the cooler it will keep it, the more friction it will take. But you cannot use 2-cycle marine engine oil in an air-cooled engine unless you want to take a risk on a long shot. You could add 20% more marine engine oil to an air-cooled engine, but it's still not going to give you the same protection. And it's going to give you less RPM and less brake horsepower. So it'll give you less brake. But I mean, in a jam, if you had to mix up some marine engine oil, you could do it. But I would add 20%. Some people say 10%. If you can get the motor started with 20% more, then use 20%. Use up that whatever's in that tank, and then go back to your 2-cycle oil. So that's why that oil is so expensive. It's got Teflon in it. It's got other additives in it that just make it a better product. But by a better product, because of the chemical engineering of the oil itself. The oil itself has nothing to do with what my project manager said, the viscosity. You said thicker. I knew you're not a mechanic because you don't use the word thicker or thinner oil. You use the word viscous or viscosity. But that's okay. For $2 a day, you could say anything you want, except you cannot critique me. You can ask me questions now. You've earned that right. You've earned you've earned $2. Well, I mean, come on, the man did give money. I mean, thank you very much, by the way. Thank you very much, my Fazio's project manager. Salamat. I'm too tired to get up and bang a pot, but let me get this. Hold on, I'm trying to open up my. It won't do it. Oh man, I'm trying to open up my channel. This, I gotta tell you, I bought this. What the hell did I buy? A Lenovo. It was only $600. Well, what a piece of shit this thing is. My Asus AE15 back in 2009 was $375. 10 times the machine this thing is. 10 times the computing power. Same storage. But it never froze up. This thing freezes up. This thing freezes up a lot. And it just froze up 40 seconds to open up a window. So that's the reason. The viscosity of a two-cycle oil for marine and the viscosity of a two-cycle oil so that's the reason. For the still, it might be the same. I think even the still oil, the viscosity is less. That's what I would think. Yeah. So that's just small. Now I didn't even learn that. Well, I learned about oil viscosity as learning how to be a jet mechanic. But I didn't learn that until I worked for Chris Carson's Marine Service in Key Largo. That guy was, man, he was probably the smartest all-around marine mechanic I ever met. I mean, he was way light years ahead of the other marine mechanics in the Florida Keys. But the thing about Chris is if I was working on a motor and he came over, he would start talking about why I'm doing what I'm doing, and if I do it this way, well, it won't work, and if I do it this way, it'll last forever. And he would go through the whole entire process of, he knew everything there was to know about marine mechanics and airplane mechanics also, because he was an A&P as well, and also, but more than that, he was a collector of antique engines and motorcycles and boat motors and small airplane engines. He had about 200 boat motors. Probably he might have had one of the biggest collections in South Florida of marine engines from the 1920s or earlier and onward. He had hundreds of them on racks. And when there was nothing to do, he would go and start one of them up and he'd take it off the rack and put it on a boat and make it run and check it, or just throw it in the 55-gallon drum or in the test cell, in the test drum. He knew everything there was to know about marine engines. But he would, if you asked him a question, he would give you start to finish, word for word, verbatim, the right answer. He knew everything. A little bit on the shady side, but he knew the answer to anything that you. He had every trick in the book to fix something. You'd break a bolt, the head of a bolt off of a white metal aluminum water jacket. No one's getting that bolt out. Chris would bring it in the back, and he'd work his magic, and he'd get the bolt out and save the head. He was, and that was with, of course, with a drill press and an easy out. Now, him and I both have easy outs down to the smallest bolt possible, but that guy, he had these weird carbon tungstite drill bits that he would, and the fluoroscope, he'd look inside, look at the bolt that's inside there, and it's all oxidized in there and everything, and he'd clean it out with some kind of chemical that would bust up the aluminum oxide, and then he'd be able to see the head with his light, and then he'd put a tap a pin hole, a pin prick on the top of the bolt, and then he'd set the drill up just right, and he had the big giant vise, and then he'd have a drill press on top of it, and he would drill through it, and he was just good. I could do the same thing, but it would take me hours to do what he did in just a few minutes. Where am I? He was a little shady. That was the truth about that. Okay. All right, hey, project manager, I'm gonna have to get you a raise now. Well, anyway, at least you acknowledged that you had faith in me. Now, tomorrow you'll come on and you'll do your troll thing, right? I'll have to fire you. I'll be looking for a new project manager tomorrow, but I didn't block you. So you're still able to. Okay, it's 4:38. I'm really tired. I really got up exactly 5 o'clock this morning. And I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. I don't know why. I got maybe 7 hours, but I worked hard yesterday. Man, did I work hard. I can't tell you what I did or who I did it with, but I worked inside that cargo container yesterday. We had to pull everything out, back 16 feet from the aisle and the side wall, the east side wall, everything out. We probably pulled out 2,000 pounds of material out of the container. Some of the stuff had to be sorted into hard plastic boxes, very industrial grade bell boxes and industrial grade milk boxes. Some of it was put into bins, those cheap plastic bins I have. But we took out 2,000 pounds of material, moved another 1,000 over to the west wall. Then we built shelves for 8 more feet at the 4-foot height, and then 2 foot on top of that, 2 8-foot shelves. Then we loaded up those shelves. I put cribbing from one side of the container to the other to keep the shelves up against the wall rather than drill holes and bolt it in. And then I put anti-racking plywood on it to keep it from falling down until I get the last shelf in up against the back wall. It can fall down like the Tower of Pizza. And Pisa. And then we put that stuff up on the shelves, and then we put 2,000 pounds of stuff back into the container. And we also built 16 brackets, which is 16 brackets. 4 times 16 is 64. Yeah, 464. 64 pieces of straight wood and 64 pieces of 45 degrees. So we put 128 pieces of wood together. I built a jig on my back table, and we built 16 brackets, 2 foot by 2 foot, 6 2 foot by 4 foot, 2 30 inches by 2 feet, and 6 2 by 2s. And we only used 3 4 footers and 2 2 footers so far. And when I get the next layer in back to the back, which is another 6 feet, the shelves won't have a place. They can't fall back because the back of the container will hold the shelves in place. And I have cribbing from the east side of the container to the west side of the container to keep the shelves from falling in the aisle until I can get up on a ladder and use the tie downs inside the container to hold up the shelving, which is the next step. And I can get the tie backs out of there. But we got a lot of work, and then we did other stuff. We cleaned up the yard. I went up on the roof and cut 3 sheets of plywood in half lengthwise. We brought the plywood down, cleaned up the yard a little bit, and in general, we moved about another 1,000 pounds of stuff around inside the container without taking it out. I just moved it around. I did most of that. I was inside the container, and my friend was outside. Now, I won't tell you if it was a man or a woman, though. I won't tell you that. Anyway, they wanted to help, so I let them help. Okay, tired. I'm getting tired, so I'll say thank you to the project manager, Salamat, and wait, project manager, wait. I can get the pot. Pot's right there. For $2, $2 is $2. Now, don't turn out to be Richie Buong, otherwise I want to rearrange your teeth. Oh no. The stainless steel pot's inside the container. Oh boy. Okay, let's open up this package. I have another package here that I didn't open up. Let's see what's in this package. The stainless steel pot is inside the cargo can 2. I can't get to it. And I don't have another stainless steel pot available. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. I got something outside I want to test. I want to test that thermal scanner. In fact, I'm going to go out there right now and get the thermal scanner so I don't leave it out in the weather. I'm coming. Oh, boy, getting tired. No doubt about that. Oh. You know what I should tell you people about? How hard it is to order shit, which is part of today's lesson, is how much it sucks to order stuff on Lazada and SHOPEE. Because I'll tell you what, you put down, oh shit, son of a bitch. Yep. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Oh. I just had that. Now it's gone. Okay, well, I won't ever see that again. I must have kicked it outside. Huh. All right. You put down the word thermal scanner. Look at this thermal scanner. See this thermal scanner here? You go to SHOPEE and you put down the word thermal scanner. You're going to come up with the thermal scanners to measure your body temperature that they're making everybody go in front of in the whole world to check their temperature. You have to actually put down infrared thermometer. And who calls this an infrared thermometer? They're all infrared thermometer. They're thermal scanners. Nobody calls it an infrared thermometer. And then even then, an infrared thermometer is not going to bring you to this item. I forgot what it is that brings you to this item, but infrared thermometer didn't do it, and then after like page 8 on infrared thermometer, then this showed up. So it did not bring you to, oh, there's the cap right there. Hold on, I got to put the cap on this bottle of water. Okay, so this is an infrared thermometer. I think it works on 12 volts. We're going to find out. I mean, a 9-volt battery. Now, I had one infrared thermometer. Yeah, that's what it says. So if you look up thermal scanner, it won't work. If you look up thermal imaging scanner, it won't work. If you look up thermal temperature gauge, it won't work. You have to put infrared thermometer. Maybe that's what it was. Oh, these are AA batteries. So let's see. I think I have AA batteries right here. No. Okay, got to go to my AA battery drawer. Oh, that's not it. There's my AA battery drawer. One set of AA's. 2 sets of AA's. One extra double, one, no, AAA. One AAA, ah, man. Okay, well, I have these. Oh, no. These are AA, new AA's. Let's put these AA's with those AA's. Those are still good. Uh-oh. And these are still good. So those are trip AA's. Now I have AAA's. Oh. That's garbage. I'll put that in with the AA's. Oh boy. It's garbage. Where's the imaging machine? Here it is, right there. Son of a gun. The battery fell out. It just fell out when I laid it down on the table. That's not what shit quality. Another shit quality tool from China. I didn't lose the battery because it's in the house here, but that battery should not fall out. Just laying it down on the table, but it did. Okay. 34.9. Okay, let's do that. 28 degrees. Okay. 31, 32. My wrist is 32. Let's do the refrigerator. 27. Let's go do the inside of the refrigerator. Let's see if this is really working. The thermometer I have in the refrigerator says 20 below. That's a fact. I know you won't believe it, but that's what it says. So if I open this up and I take out this thermometer right here, it says 20 degrees below zero. Oh, it says 9 degrees below zero. 9 degrees, because I lowered it down about a week ago. So, if I shoot this, minus 6 degrees Celsius. Let's do it this way. 27 degrees, 21 degrees Fahrenheit. That's probably more accurate. 14 degrees Fahrenheit. I guess that thermometer doesn't work so well. But this is working. That's the important thing. So, it's not an expensive tool. It's invaluable when it comes to working on mechanical stuff, like motors and things like that, especially when you're putting heads back together. And you want to test, you want to see if your heads are clean. You want to shoot the head bolts, not the water jacket, but you want to shoot the head bolts. You could shoot the water jacket too, but the head bolts next to the exhaust valve. And that'll give you an accurate, pretty accurate reading that, and your water jacket should be somewhere between 165 and 195 degrees. So this is quite a handy tool. Plus, I bought this to show you what real men, we work outside in the hot weather. We don't cry, we just do the job. We get the job done. Real men don't cry. It's hot. I'm not afraid to say it's hot, but we don't cry about it. There are other men, I worked outside in the hot sun. I know what work is, and I have the scars to prove it. Dude, you're such a freaking drama queen. Give it up, man. Nobody believes you. Oh, okay. So here's my old one. I even have a nice, here's my old one right here. Right here, I keep it next to me. And this one I bought in 2001. Now, it still shoots the laser, but it won't give you a temperature reading. So they're the same tool. Look at this. This one was made in 2001, and this one was made in 2021. Look at, there's no difference. Look at the size. This one, the old one is a 1/4 inch longer, and the new one is a 1/4 inch longer this way. If I switch it around like that, they're basically identical. Nothing has changed. The size of this, it's just a 1/4 inch deeper in the back, and the bottom of this is a 1/4 inch longer than the new one. That's it, because the battery is different. So I'll take this one and file it with the scraps, and I'll take this new one and put it in here. And let's see, the case, boom, look. That's nice, right? And this way it protects it from getting dust or wet or anything like that. So this one has a hold on it. The ceiling temperature is 85.4 and the floor temperature is 80 degrees. So it's 5 degree difference from the ceiling to the floor. The screen is 84. The computer is 87. That's within tolerance. This tool was cheap. This tool was the cheapest thing I bought. 361 pesos. That's $7.22. However, they have these up to 16 or $20. And when I bought this in 2001, it's a Raytech, so it's top of the line. I don't know. I think I paid almost $100 for this back in 2001. I could be wrong, but I know I paid a lot of money for it. Okay, so that we're done with. I'll keep this here. I'll end up putting it in my thermal. All right, so now what's in this box? That's what we have to know. I think this is mothballs. Now the kids will have a blast with these bubble popping things. So we'll get that out for them tomorrow. Somebody made a box out of other boxes. Pretty good job they did too. This box was made from other boxes. Look at this. More bubble wrap. Oh, no, mothballs. Yeah, I was right. This be mothballs. So I paid 179 pesos a kilo. So there's 34 ounces, say 30 ounces. So I paid 6 pesos per ounce. And in the store, pay 70 pesos for 4 ounces. So you pay about 18 pesos per ounce. You pay 3 times the amount in the store, but you could buy these on Lazada for 179 pesos for a kilo. And I'm going to dump, I'm going to use all of these in the container once I get the shelves in. Comes bundled up nice. Mothballs, baby. Who would have ever guessed? I was saying to myself, I had a thing I was talking to somebody about. Mothballs are basically made from waste materials. They're not. It's not a product that the oil industry had a big market for. They found a use for naphthalene and aliphatic naphtha, but they didn't really have a use for it. It was a waste material. The same thing that the stuff they put in the water, fluoride, is a waste material. So they figured out a way to sell it and make money. The government mandates that you put fluoride in the water, and now a product that they would have to pay to put into a landfill, they put it in your water. That's the truth, too. You could look up the story behind fluoride. All right. Okay, so I put the battery box back. Wherefore art thou? I need two ibuprofen. I got to go out and wash. My leg does not have any pain during the day when I'm working. The wounds on my leg, but as soon as I relax, like now, like I'm relaxed now, a little bit, I don't feel it just right yet, but I took 2 of these at 6 o'clock this morning, so they only last 4 hours. I don't give a shit. Ibuprofen lasts 4 hours. So that's how long they last. So, but I took 2 at 6 o'clock so I could get going this morning. There was pain this morning. I didn't take any last night. There was pain. More pain than most people, more pain than any beta male could ever handle. Alpha male, I was talking to somebody stopped by to see what I was doing in the container yesterday. And they asked me what I was doing. And I told them. And he said, why do you have the bandage on your leg? So I told him I have some open wounds that have been there since last November or December. And he said, how bad is it? He was interested, but not to break my chops. Well, I opened up my phone and I showed him what it looked like in November. And then I showed him what it looked like last week because I have pictures of that. And he said, this is what it looks like now? And I said, yeah. He goes, I don't know anybody that would work with it looking like now. Forget about November. They would just stay home and lay in bed until it got better. He said, you got to have the blood circulation. And then we had to find the right medicine. Finally, we got the right medicine. Fluxloxacillin. That is healing the wounds faster than amoxiclave or amoxicillia. in conjunction with the silver sulfadiazine cream, because they were telling me to use mupirocin. It's like a very thin liquid. Shit doesn't do anything. Nothing healed with it. Nothing at all. No matter how much you used or how little you used, it's $16. It's $1 a gram. It's a 15-gram tube, and it's $16. And you use, on my leg, I was using about a quarter of a tube. So it was $4 a day for this ointment that didn't do anything. And now I pay 10 pesos a gram, and I use about 4 grams, so it costs me 40 cents a day, 10 times less money, and the cream works better than the mupirocin. So it's a fucking crapshoot here in the Philippines with medicine. These guys, good afternoon. Not long now, one. Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon to you, or good evening. These doctors, my doctor said he hit the nail on the head last time I was in his office. He said to me, Mike, you have to go and get a culture. And I said to him, the doctor that he was out one day, I said, the doctor, I forgot her name, very nice lady. She told me to go get a culture and a cardiac panel. He goes, did you get it? And I said, yeah, and I showed it to him. He said, everything looks good. And he goes, where's the culture? I said, call up Ace Hospital and ask them if they're doing cultures. They haven't done cultures for months. And they don't know if when they're gonna do cultures again. A hospital with a laboratory that does blood work doesn't do cultures. But if you call them up on the phone, do you do cultures? Yes, sir. When you get there, they say, yes, sir, we do cultures. Well, can I get one today? No, sir. Do I have to come back tomorrow? No, sir. Well, when should I come back? We don't know, sir. When was the last time you did a culture? A few months ago, sir. When's the next time you're going to do a culture? We don't know, sir. You can call up. So I left the blood test, the blood. They emailed me the results, and then I printed it out. And then I went to another hospital, the Romero Hospital, that used to do cultures, and their laboratory is closed. And Borja Hospital doesn't have a culture. They can do blood and urine, but they can't do cultures. So we have the city of Tagbilaran, Bohol, Tagbilaran. You can't get a culture done on a wound. So he said, I said to him, call up the hospital and ask them if they have the laboratories open for cultures. He goes, no, I believe you. So why did you tell me to get it then? He must have knew already. I don't know. I have no idea. But anyway, he goes, if we had a culture, we could prescribe the exact right medication. I says, if I could get a culture, I would have got one. Hold on. If I could get a culture, I would have got a culture. You have no idea how hard it is living here. The shit you got to go through. You mean, I went to the hospital to get blood work and a culture. I called them up on the phone. Do you do cultures? Yes, sir. Do you do blood cardiac panels? Yes, sir. And when I got there, they don't do cultures. The hospital does cultures, but we just don't do them today or tomorrow or next week. And we didn't do them last week or last month. But we do cultures. Eventually, we will do them again. Just call up every day, and maybe one day it'll be open. How the fuck do you do business like that? They do. They do. I'm not lying to you. They do it. They have hospitals that advertise cultures when you call them up on the phone, but they don't do cultures because the laboratory for cultures is closed. That's the truth. All right, so I'm going to say goodbye to you guys. I have to start saving these bills. I spent a lot of money this month. I spent 250,000 pesos this month. 5,000 US dollars. A lot more than that. But that's just on for the hotel. But now I have all the materials I need to finish the roof, to jack up the house. I have the jacks and I have the lumber and I have a cribbing, dunnage. I have the wood to raise the house, because once I jack it up and move it, I'm going to make it about 14 inches higher than it is now, which will give me a little better view of the ocean. Not much, but I'm not really doing it for the view. I'm doing it for the storage underneath the house. So I'm going to jack up the house. And under the house, I have 18 tons of hamstone boulders. They call them hamstones because they're about the size of a sweet ham. I have about 17 tons of those under the house. It would be really hard to get to if I jacked the house up and then lowered the house down to the height it is now, and I wanted to get 100 or so rocks out from under the house. It would be difficult for a small person to get. You'd have to get underneath and pull them out. But if I jack the house up 14 inches, then anybody can just grab them from under the house. So I have 17 tons of hamstones, and it'll give me a better view. And then I will also have 30 inches of storage under the house for pipes, fencing material, stuff I don't care about that could get damp or weathered, like I don't know. I have a couple of, maybe 7 ladders now. I could throw a ladder underneath the house on top of some old plywood and just slide it under the house, get it out of the way. I don't worry about anybody taking that shit because nobody bothers anything around here. That's it. We're done. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Wait, let's see. Wait. I'll tell you if I have any messages on wow. Okay, no messages there. And let's get rid of this page here. Jim Alva. I just saw Jim Alva. Enough to make you tear your hair out. Oops, too late. Hey Jim, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I'm just going to look for my messages in my mail. What the heck is going on here? Okay. SHOPEE. Your order has been delivered. SHOPEE. Your order has been delivered. SHOPEE. Your order has been delivered. Okay, so that is the mothballs. Mothballs, the temperature sensors, 2. The coil is 3. And the oil was 4. But I only have 3 messages. 1, 2, 3. I guess I'll get one later. I don't know. I don't care either. I have 7 more orders, including the rebar bender. Oh, wait a second. SHOPEE was only 3 orders. Lazada was 1. Okay, so I didn't get a confirmation from Lazada. Let's go check there. Let's go check the status of the rebar bender. This is not fair. Not fair. Every time I shut Lazada site down for 15 minutes, it makes me sign in. There we go. Okay. No. October 19th. Your package is packed and will be handed over to our logistics partner. 185,000 pesos. And when I called up this morning at 10 o'clock, it said, your package is in the queue to be delivered by the 24th. So these websites don't talk to each other. The update on this Lazada website is different than the update on the customer service website. Either way, I think the machine is coming. So I'll go to my chat messages. They don't answer the chat. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 messages I sent them. They didn't answer. The shipper, not Lazada, the shipper. So then I called up Lazada customer service and I told them what I think is going on, and they said that they would look into it. I don't know if they did or not, or what they can do, what they can force the shipper to do. But I told them if the shipper doesn't ship it out, it's because they're using your advertisement to advertise their products. They get the information from the buyer. Then they call the buyer direct or email the buyer indirectly on their website in email. Tell the buyer to cancel it from Lazada. That cuts you out of your 10%, and then they sell it to you, to the buyer. And so you advertise it for them, and they screw you out of the commission. They said they'd look into it, but that's what they were doing. That's what they are doing. Gotta go. See you later. Thanks for stopping by. Jim, I've been talking for a little bit now. I'm tired. I need a bath. I need a bath. What the hell happened there? Yeah, John Boone Bean. Hello. Have a nice day. Thanks for stopping by, John. Yeah, I'm really tired from painting. I got up at 5 o'clock. I did a lot of stuff that you can't see. I do stuff that I don't show people. It's because it's when I work inside my cargo can 1, I don't publicize that stuff that's in there or what I'm doing in there. But I've been out there since 6 o'clock this morning. Hey, they're working for the day. I'm done. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, the girls. Let me tell you what's going on with the girls. The girls are coming back. All the girls. Honey Lynn, Jessa, Ariana, and June are coming here again next week, and they're going to help me whatever I want to do for the day. And then I'm going to put them in the machine so they can each make a video and send it to their family and put it on their Facebook page. And I'm going to let them operate the machine, and then we're going to go to the beach and have some food. So I'll go probably buy 5 roasted chickens, and then I'll have rice here, or spaghetti and sauce, which I won't eat, but they can have that. And then, so the girl, June considers himself a girl, so we're going to call him a girl too. But the 3 girls and June, the femboy, they're coming again next week to help me all day for free. And they just want me to buy foods for them. So I will be able to take everything out of the container in just a matter of an hour to get it out. We can work for 4 more hours to put the shelf in and an hour back. And in 5 hours, I could have the last set of shelves on the east side of the cargo container installed and stuff on the shelves. And then I'll have room in the back, and I'll start building the other shelves. But that's going to be a major help. So I'll be waiting for the girls to come back next week to give me a hand. So we'll say goodnight. That's an update. And, of course, we heard the YouTube, the blogger, the Bantayan blogger, we heard him say the girls hated me. Remember that? They hated me. They couldn't wait to get out of here. Now they want to come back again and help all day for free. I just buy food. And we go to the beach, and they make a video in the machine. It's like, that's great. So, to the creeps out there that think that I don't know how to talk to people, well, we've shown you that's not the case. And we've shown you that I have more of an ability to work around different people's different mental states of mind, because this is what I did my whole life. I was always in business. I always sold the job, talked to the customer, sold the job, and collected the money. And if I had to collect the money, I collected the money too. So I know how to talk to people. I just don't choose to be such a nice guy all the time. Like that asshole outside today. I know he was talking shit about me. I know that. Like Paradoxical Q said, as soon as I walked in the door, he walked over and started talking to the driver. And 1.5 seconds as I walked out of the door, he was walking away. Guy's a piece of garbage. He's a goat herder. He's talking shit about me. It's not the first time. And he thinks he's cute, but I said it before. I came down off the roof and walked over to where he was. He would have never thought I was going to walk up on him like I did. And I said, why you talk to me like that when you're so far away? Talk to me like that now in front of me. Talk to me like that. No. You misunderstood. I didn't misunderstand anything. I heard what you said. Yeah, that was the guy, the goat herder. It's not the first time he's done that either. These people, no matter when I have a tricycle driver come and pick me up, or drop me off, they have to talk to the tricycle driver. They will actually stand in the damn street when the tricycle driver is leaving and stop the tricycle driver and talk to him. Whatever it is they're talking about, who gives a shit? But that guy today, I knew he was talking shit behind my back, because as soon as I walked in, he was blah, blah, blah. And when I walked out, he shut his mouth and walked away. He's got a guilty conscience. If that was me talking shit about somebody in a language that nobody understood, I would just keep talking. I wouldn't give a shit. Not only that, I wouldn't give a shit that he knew I was talking shit about him. It wouldn't matter to me. Just like when I left the camera here and I walked over there with no camera. And he understood exactly what I meant at that point. There was no mincing of the words because I wasn't on YouTube at that time. I made him clear, and then I asked him, "Are you clear? You understand Kasabut?" And everybody looked at him like that. And now he understands. He'll probably do it again anyway because he's stone stupid. But at least he's been, yeah. Okay, maybe you did hear that. I don't know. My voice carries pretty far. But told him it's none of his business. Anything I do is none of your business. Do you understand? Okay, well then don't do it again. And I don't know if he will or not. I don't care either. But I got a lot of orders. I don't know what they're talking about. The orders are not expensive. 2,000 pesos, 3,000 pesos. I'm not worried about them robbing me, that's for sure. But that's not the point. It's none of their business what I do. I don't involve myself in anybody else's business on this block, ever. I don't involve myself with people that built an entire 2-story, 3 rooms to each story, so 6 rooms in the back of his property with no permit. I don't involve myself with shit like that at all. I don't involve myself with people that build entire houses without permits. I don't care. It's none of my business. But when they start to get involved with my business, that's my business. So this is what it's like living in the Philippines. They're the nosiest people you ever met in your damn life. And as soon as, back in January, for the pain on my leg, the doctor they've never given me any pain medication. That was a lot of pain. So I bought a bottle of rum. I don't like rum. I hate rum. Normally I would drink tequila if I was going to kill the pain in my leg at that point in time, November, December, January. Because they will not give me prescription pain medication. I'm not going to get hooked on it, but they won't give it to me, so it doesn't matter. I bought a bottle of rum because the pain was just so bad one day. I wanted to kill the pain with the rum. 1 bottle. The next day, everybody on the block was asking me to buy them a bottle of rum. Everybody knew I bought a bottle of rum. 1 bottle. 1 bottle in the last year, I bought 1 bottle of rum, and everybody on the block knew I was buying rum. So if I am buying rum, you give me rum, you buy me 1 bottle. Now, I did buy rum last Fiesta, August 28th, and I did buy rum for them for Christmas and New Year's, but I didn't give it to them because I had stopped giving out free shit just before New Year's. So I had like 8 bottles of rum. I just gave it to the party that I went to on New Year's Eve. I gave it to that man, not all at once though. I gave him a couple of bottles for that party, and he drinks. On Sundays, they have their friends over the house every Sunday. And I gave him like a bottle each Sunday for 4 more Sundays. But I bought 1 bottle of rum after the holidays, and all of a sudden everybody was asking me to buy them rum. They all knew I bought a bottle of rum. Whose business is it if I want to buy a bottle of rum? It's not that I bought a bottle of rum. It's not my business. It's that the bitch that sold me the bottle of rum is telling everybody that Michael is buying rum. Go ask Michael for a bottle of rum. So he'll buy rum from her, the bitch that sells the rum, and she'll get the sale. That's the only thing I could figure. that somebody told them I bought a bottle of rum. It was dark. It was 8 o'clock at night, and I had to knock on their door to get the rum. But nobody was around. Nobody saw me. Nobody knew I bought the rum, but the next day everybody knew I bought rum because she told everybody that Michael is buying rum. You ask Michael to buy you a bottle. That's the only thing I could think of. It's fucking insane living here. Gotta go. Bye-bye for now. From Mr. Congeniality himself, Michael Fazio, I'm the nicest guy I know. Ask me, I'll tell you. I come with my own references, and we're going to say, I'm being permy from the Philippines, baby. Bye-bye for now. Bye-bye. Take care. Always.